seen a lot of progress in the area, but there is so much still that remains to be done. And even more importantly, as Professor Ravallion will address, also thinking about what can we actually do to reduce poverty and eventually get rid of poverty altogether. To some extent, this is about helping other people. A lot of it is, of course, people helping themselves, but it's also the more fortunate people helping other people get out of poverty. And I think this is an extremely important theme on a much wider scale than just linked to poverty today in the world. Quite fittingly, this Friday, we open an exhibition outside here in the atrium about the Great Famine. This was the Great Famine not in Africa or some of the countries that we used to talk about. This was the Great Famine in Samara, Russia in the 1920s. This was also a time when the Swedish Red Cross put together one of our first humanitarian relief efforts. That was really the starting point for that kind of intervention and helping people in great need not so far away from us. But still, again, it really tells me and shows me and it's an inspiration when it comes to thinking about how we can actually help people in greater need than ourselves at times of troubles. And I think I would welcome all of you to actually take a look at some of the pictures out there. It is a very strong reminder of what some people have to suffer even in the world today. And I think it's also an inspiration in terms of helping others in the world today. And I think this is something that serves as some inspiration also when I'm involved in developing economics and helping others. So I invite all of you to that. But now back to today's discussion. I will hand over soon to Lena from SIDA. But before I do this, since I'm sort of your local host here at the school, I would like us all to just extend a warm hand of welcome to all the guests from near and far. And thank you again to Finn, to Martin, to everyone involved in organizing. So warm welcome to the school. Thank you.
Thank you, Torbjörn, for that. And on behalf of SIDA and also of Sweden, I would also like to warmly welcome all of you to this lecture, and especially, of course, warm welcome to Professor Martin Ravallion. And Sweden and SIDA, we have supported UNU-WIDER even since it started. That is now 30 years. And we think it's important that in this era of global challenges, and as you may know now we have important goals for sustainability, there is increasing need to understand and analyze the mechanisms for policy option and for economic understanding more than ever before. And we, SIDA, we support WIDER as a node for research, especially in the area of development economics, and engaged in the important but also challenging task of linking research to policy making, and also contributing to capacity development in low-income countries. But we also support WIDER as a source of knowledge for our own work at SIDA. So many of WIDER's research areas are of direct relevance for us as an aid agency. And of course, this relevance is, today's lecture is a very clear example of this relevance. And as Torbjörn correctly pointed out, the overriding objective for Swedish development assistance is to promote better living conditions for people living in poverty and oppression. And the task is still very big. And the task of SIDA to fulfill with the objective of poverty alleviation is, of course, to fill this with concrete action. And within this, we need to understand the multidimensionality of poverty and understanding what interventions are possible and efficient to counter poverty. So this understanding and this analysis is vital for us to do a good job. And in recent years, we have been increasingly aware that providing direct cash to poor people has a potential to fill financial gaps. And it has the potential to be a tool for empowerment and also to promote market development. But we are also aware that it can be problematic and that successful implementation depends very much on details, context, circumstances. So we need to develop our understanding and skills in this area to understand where it works and what it takes to make it work for poor people. So I'm looking forward to this, not only to have a better understanding, but also I hope that Professor Martin Ravallion will really challenge us in this area so that we can do a better job to support poverty alleviation. So warm welcome to all of you and thank you. Hand over to Finn.
Thank you, Lina. Thank you, Torbjörn, for being both a great host and for a warm welcome. It's appreciated. And thank you, Lena and Sida, for support. Without that support, our work would not be possible. Now, dear colleagues, friends, it is really a great honor and a pleasure for me, on behalf of the organizers, to introduce to you Professor Martin Ravallion. He's the 2016 WIDER Annual Lecturer, and I guess I can't sort of resist of making the point that this is the 20th WIDER Annual Lecture, following up on last year's lecture, Amartya Sen. You will actually find his lecture outside, as well as on the WIDER website, together with the previous 19 lectures. Martin is inaugural Edmond D. Villani Professor of Economics at Georgetown University. And previously, he was the director of the research department of the World Bank, where he worked for 24 years from 1988. Now, Martin has researched extensively on poverty in developing countries and policies for fighting poverty. And in 1990, he proposed what has become known as the $1 a day poverty line, and since then, and his colleagues, both within the bank and elsewhere, have monitored progress against global poverty reduction by this and other measures. There are very few people in the world who has advised so many governments in all regions of the world and international agencies as Martin. He's also the author of 5 books and 200 papers in scholarly journals and edited volumes. Now, his new book, just out, The Economics of Poverty, has just been published by Oxford University Press. And as one sort of looks at the wise words that have been added here, I, for one, take note of the fact that the chair of the WIDER board, Professor Ravi Kanpur, says the following: "This book is a tour de force, covering history of thought, analytical tools, and policy issues. It provides an indispensable introduction to the economics of poverty. Martin Ravallion is a global leader in the field of poverty analysis. His book will prove to be of lasting value, not only to students, but also to seasoned researchers and policy analysts." I strongly recommend you to have a look, take a flyer if you find it outside. We should have sufficient numbers, and then get on reading it. It's a wealth of information and analysis. Martin is also a senior fellow of the Bureau for Research and Economic Analysis of Development. He's a research associate of the NBER. He's a non-resident fellow at the Center for Global Development, and he's president of Society for the Study of Economic Inequality. In 2011, he received the John Kenneth Galbraith Award from the American Agricultural and Applied Economics Association, and in 2016 received a Frontiers of Knowledge Award from the BBVA Foundation in Madrid. Much more could be said, but I, for one, would like to sort of also add that Martin is a prolific teacher. I mean, he has taught economics, for example, the LSE, the ANU, Princeton, and Paris School of Economics. So Martin's importance for the profession goes much beyond just the research. It goes on to this very important work of trying to work on building capacity of economic analysis across the world. Now, during his lecture, Martin will discuss the economic and political issues of the use of direct interventions, such as cash transfers and in-kind contributions against poverty. There's much hope for these interventions, but also much frustration. Their performance in reality has often fallen short of policymakers' expectations. The lecture will review the evidence on both the successes and failures based on the many impact evaluations that have been done over the last 15 years. I think the topic could not be more pertinent, as has also been referred to both by Torbjørn and Lena. Martin, we all very much look forward to your lecture. The floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Finn. It's really an honor to be giving this wider lecture, and be honored giving any wider lecture, but the 20th in particular. And it's great to be back in Stockholm, and thank you for coming. When Finn and I first discussed a topic for this and some options, he very much favored a focus on an important set of policy issues, but a critical focus. And that's what I'm going to give you today. The importance of being critical here is a natural thing for any researcher to do. We're never quite happy with anything. But the point of being critical here is to move the discussion on further and to mobilize thinking in ways that are positive for poverty reduction more broadly, to recognize the limitations of our knowledge as well as applaud our successes when we've had them. The topic today, direct interventions against poverty, is particularly salient because we're seeing across the world, we're seeing developing countries taking up these kinds of interventions in a big way. When we look at the record against poverty reduction, it's a mixed record. I mean, if we focus just on absolute poverty, in this picture I've given you here, absolute poverty by $1 a day, the numbers of people who are poor by that measure are declining appreciably over the last 30 years. We're also seeing rising numbers of people who are relatively poor, meaning they're poor by the standards of the country they live in. So absolutely poor here means you're poor by a global international standard. You judge people by the same real consumption level in different countries. And relatively poor means that you're no longer poor by that standard, but you're poor by a standard typical of the country you live in. And obviously, richer countries have higher poverty lines. The average poverty line in the developing world is around $1 a day, at $1.25 a day at 2005 prices, $1.90 a day at 2011 prices, somewhere around that number. But across the world, we see big differences. And the highest poverty line I've found in the world is in Luxembourg, and it's $43 a day. At roughly the same average income, the poverty line in the United States is $13 a day. You've got to realize that there are differences, there are reasons for those differences, and that they reflect aspects of poverty that aren't included in this $1.25 a day line anchored to the poverty lines found in the poorest countries. But another aspect of this is important, the continuing exposure to risk. In poor countries, even in rich countries, employment shocks, health shocks, agroclimatic shocks, a host of things that everyday life for poor people across the world is a risky venture. And we're not just talking about the kinds of global crises that you could get attention in the media, we're talking about crises in everyday life. Further, a realization that economic growth is a wonderful thing. I mean, it's very hard to get sustained poverty reduction without economic growth, and that's what's delivered a lot of that progress against extreme absolute poverty in the world, and we should recognize that. But we also recognise that it hasn't done much for relative poverty. It's a mixed blessing from the point of view of inequality. We're seeing inequality rising in half the countries in the world, growing countries, and inequality falling in the other half. The way inequality is conventionally measured, if we focus instead on absolute inequality, the absolute gaps between the rich and the poor, that's rising in virtually every growing country in the world. Absolute inequality, not relative inequality, which is about ratios, absolute inequality about differences, absolute inequality is rising everywhere. Pretty much. There are very few exceptions. We're also seeing new evidence that the poorest are being left behind in this process. We've got to applaud the success, and the success I show you here is undeniable, at least against absolute poverty. But we've also got to recognise that the poorest of the world are not participating as much in this progress as we would like. If you try to measure the average living standards of the poorest people in the world, they're barely above biological minima, and they've stayed hovering above biological minima over that 30-year period. Our success is that there are fewer people living near that level. But in terms of raising the floor, we're making much less success. And that's an important objective for social policy as well. We also see losers and gainers. We see churning in this process of growth with absolute poverty reduction in the developing world. Churning meaning there are winners and losers, some people gaining, some people losing. When we focus just on the average, we miss that. We miss that churning going on. There's actually very little we can do in economic policy which will not have losers. And we've got to realise that. There too is another role for social policy. Now we're seeing this new attention. It's quite dramatic, really since the new millennium, about 2000, this new attention to direct interventions. And it's formulated, I think, quite well in the SDG 1.3. To implement nationally appropriate social protection systems and measures for all, including floors. I had absolutely nothing to do with writing this, but I applaud this, including floors. I think that was my influence. And by 2030, achieve substantial coverage of the poor and the vulnerable. Commendable. But how are we actually going to do that? Developing countries since 2000 have been turning to social protection policies in a big way. If you go back to pre-1990, it was really quite hard to find a developing country with anything you'd reasonably call a social protection policy or social assistance or what I'm calling direct interventions today. That's changed dramatically. In fact, now it's hard to find a country that doesn't have something, however ineffective and weak, but something. And the growth rate is extraordinary. That growth rate in that last point here is of 3.5 percentage points per annum in the coverage rate, the percentage of the population covered by social protection in the developing world. We're seeing an explosion of interest and spending and real resources going into these policies. So remember, we've got 1 billion people who are absolutely poor. We've also got 1 billion people who are in some form of social protection. The problem is it's a different 1 billion. These two curves, these two sets, to show you this intersection. I'm giving you a rough stylization. We've got 1 billion people living in absolute poverty in the world. We've got 1 billion people getting some form of social protection now, but it's the intersection of these two sets is quite limited. And I'm going to show you that in a more rigorous way in a moment. But interestingly, the intersection gets bigger as countries develop. When we look at the poorest countries in the world, it's very, very little intersection. As you move to richer countries, it gets bigger and bigger. I'm sure in Sweden it's quite large, and it's not complete. I'm sure in Sweden there's also further work to do. This is a graph of the coverage rate. This is something I compiled from a data site of the World Bank on the coverage rate of social protection policies in the developing world. So on the vertical axis here, safety net coverage for the poorest quintile, that's the blue line here, and safety net coverage for the whole population, the red line. And I've plotted that against GDP per capita for the year of the survey. A couple of observations here, really two main things I want to point to. One is, look at how low the average coverage rates are in the poorest countries. Average coverage rates for the population as a whole and average coverage rates for the poorest 20%. But second point, look at what happens to the two curves as GDP increases. You move to higher levels of GDP. They diverge. So richer countries have greater coverage, and as I said before, they tend to be relatively better at assuring that that coverage is reaching poor people. But here's our challenge, these countries. Now, there's a variance. Those are averages, but you can see there's a scatter around that, and we see that there are some poor countries that are doing much better in terms of coverage of the poorest 20%. The 1 billion is roughly the poorest 20%, right? Much better. So there's a variance in performance. Another interesting thing, if we think about today's rich countries and we go back to when they were as poor as today's poor countries, and you don't only have to go back about 200 years, in some cases only 100 years will do it. I'm not sure about Sweden, I should be, but I'm not. For Western Europe, if you go back 200 years, you're looking at a region of the world that was as poor as sub-Saharan Africa today. And we have reasonably objective measures now that data's not perfect, but it suggests that that's true. In the period where today's rich world made all that progress against extreme absolute poverty, we saw a rising floor. We saw if that progress in lifting people out of poverty came with a rising floor in a way that we haven't seen in the developing world. Interestingly, the developing world is accelerating out of extreme poverty, but it's doing it in a rather different way and over a shorter period than today's rich world did. It was doing it a different way, and the difference is a lot to do with the effectiveness of social policy, the topic today. Okay, that was the prelude. The lecture is now going to critically review the policy issues in this class of interventions. I'm going to first try to define the role of the interventions in a broad sort of way. I'm then going to look at economic arguments for and against, and I'm going to give you 3 case studies. I pick one from England, but England when it was poor by today's standards. Then I'm going to pick the 2 largest social protection programs in the world today, in India and China. 3 case studies, England's poor laws, India's National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, and China's DBAO program. And those 2 programs, in India and China, orders of magnitude larger than anything else in terms of population coverage. Now, when you're India and China, it's not too difficult to do that. China has the largest social protection program in the world in terms of people coverage. Although, of course, 1.3 billion people, that's not so difficult. Okay, the themes for this talk. This really summarizes. I hope you don't leave after this slide, but this is really the whole talk. There are no sort of magic headlines here, but a series of issues that I think we have to take much more seriously. Protection and promotion, both are valued, but it's unclear if governments get the balance right. Protection and promotion, I'm going to define what those mean. I'm going to use those as the twin objectives of social policy. But are governments balancing those objectives in an appropriate way? And there are reasons to think that government failures are a problem here. There is a region of trade-off between protection and promotion. You can protect people too much from the point of view of their promotion, but you can also exaggerate that trade-off. And I think that trade-off is seriously exaggerated by many critics of social policy. So I want to recognize the problem of incentives. You can't scratch any economist, you get a problem of incentives. So as an economist, I've got to take that seriously. But I also think that some critics of social policy, and generally not serious economists either, do exaggerate the problem. Incentive effects are important, but there are many other constraints which are far more important to achieving better social policy in poor countries. And remember, this is about achieving social protection in the poorest places in the world. I'm going to argue also that targeting is a fetish. It is something we've got to rid ourselves of in thinking about the objectives of social policy. It is one thing that sometimes helps, sometimes not, but it's become an obsession in thinking about this class of interventions in the developing world. Another point, theme, information technology can help. There are smarter social policies we can construct now in poor countries, and we've got to realize the potential of new technology there. And finally, evaluation and monitoring are hugely important. That sounds like a cliche, but it's really important. This last point is actually just as important: adapting to evidence. We see a lot of evidence and we see a lot of research, but we don't see nearly enough adaptation to that knowledge. Okay, the policy problem. Twin goals of protection and promotion. Let's first think, why do we have poverty? Well, in a nutshell, these two slides give you the answer. First, we've got to realize that there can be poverty and inequality in a fully competitive market economy. The ideal, the kind of textbook market economy we learn about or we teach our students can generate unequal endowments. We can have problems of low productivity, a lack of marketable skills, social exclusion, geographic isolation, debilitating disease, environmental degradation. They're all entirely consistent with an efficient market economy. Trouble is, we don't have an efficient market economy. We've got all kinds of market and government failures that in themselves generate poverty. Prominently in those is the very idea of the dynamic poverty trap arising from threshold effects. All kinds of ways in which there are minimum thresholds in terms of wealth, in particular, human and physical wealth, which you need to reach if you're going to be productive. Sitting here in this room, listening to me, you're probably burning an average of, well, my students at Georgetown, when I tell them this, they usually come up with a figure of 1,300 calories per person per day, but looking at this audience, I'll give it a little bit extra, actually. Or maybe, don't take it wrongly. Let's say 1,400. That's what you need to do absolutely nothing. Just listening to me doesn't burn many calories. I hope it doesn't, if anybody's getting upset, but it doesn't. You need to get to that magic number, it's called basal metabolic rate, to be productive, to work. Physical labor requires you get there. And that's a threshold effect. But there are other threshold effects too. Minimum levels of education. My students at Georgetown know full well, and students everywhere in the world know that you can't get a job with like epsilon of education. You've got to get as a minimum threshold of education. If you're an entrepreneur trying to start a self-employment activity in a poor country, you realize that you may need as a minimum threshold of capital, physical capital you need to start that enterprise. And we understand from a literature and more theoretical literature in economics that we understand full well that these thresholds under plausible conditions can generate poverty traps. Situations, low-level attractors, they're called in economics, situations in which people are stuck. There's a large increment to their wealth is needed to escape poverty. By the same token, that also means that there are people who are maybe comfortably well off, they're not in a poverty trap, but they can be vulnerable to large negative shocks. They can be thrown into destitution if the shock is large enough. Those are implications of the existence of threshold effects. There are other problems too. I call the slide as titled Market and Governmental Failures for important reason. These are market failures, but the existence of a market failure implies a government failure. The role of governments is to get rid of market failures, so if market failures persist, governments are failing. Geographic poverty traps, very important. External effects of living in poor areas. Given your own endowments, your productivity may be lower than it would otherwise be, given poor infrastructure, negative externalities associated with living in a poor area. Also, with incomplete markets, we have uninsured risk, and that uninsured risk is spilling over into production decisions everywhere in the world today. Kids are being taken out of school because of risk. All kinds of opportunities for investment are being foregone. Crime is often a manifestation of this. So in that context, thinking about those as the causes of poverty, let's think about policy. Two types of anti-poverty policies, and I make this distinction between protection and promotion. It was influenced by a book by Jean Drèze and Amartya Sen, Hunger and Public Action, which came out of a wider research project, as I recall, and the first wider research project, which I was involved in back in early 1980s. It came out of it through a sequence of time, but they make this distinction between promotion and protection. I think I'm defining it in another paper more rigorously, I owe it to them. Protection policy simply means things that short-term palliatives for assuring that consumptions don't fall below some critical level. Promotion means things that either get people out of traps or raise their productivity. You can be poor but not trapped. You're at a nice, what we call a stable, preferred, long-run equilibrium. It may be low, though. It may be at a low level of wealth. And your problem is productivity. There are some people, the problem is a trap. They really need a significant boost to their wealth if they're to get onto a trajectory to their own preferred long-run equilibrium. So promotion policies are either about allowing poor people to break out of a trap or raising productivity. Now, protection. When I started writing this book, you'll see that the first third of it or so is a history of thought about poverty, anti-poverty policy. And I learned a lot from doing that, writing that part of the book. One thing I learned is that people have been talking about protection. The protection aspect of social policy goes way back. Ancient Asia, in both ancient China, ancient India. This guy here is Kautilya, the first economist, in my reckoning. 300 BC, India, what is now called India. And Kautilya wrote a book, The Science of Statecraft. It's a nice way to define economics. And he wrote in this book all the things that the government needs to do, and that included social protection. He had stuff on monetary policy. It was an amazing book. I mean, it's crude by modern standards, but this is 300 BC. But there are other examples in writings in China and in ancient Europe. Promotion is a new idea. This really started probably, my reckoning, is late 18th century. So we're talking 250 years, a period when promotional policies started to become important. But the debates, they took ages. The debates on promotional policy in Europe, it took ages. Struggles for those policies, the labour movement was involved, individuals were losing their freedom or worse in the struggle for promotional anti-poverty policies in today's rich world. With economic development, we do see an increasing emphasis on promotion. Protection tends to dominate in poor countries. And the key question I want to pose to you today, does protection keep people poor? The kind of argument that we hear about from critics of social policy. So, I don't think there's any doubt that that's possible. You can protect people too much from the point of view of long-term poverty reduction. So such a trade-off can exist. So I'm not going to deny that possibility. We think of it as like this. We've got promotion as an objective, protection as an objective, and this is some iso-social welfare contour. This is just saying that along this point I'm indifferent in terms of the protection and promotion, so I allow substitution between them. And we've got a set of possibilities for the economy. And the existence of this promotion-protection trade-off can be thought of as thinking that the tangents to this function are linear or are negatively sloped. There is some trade-off. We can protect people at a cost to their ability to promote them. I think that's likely, but I also think it has been exaggerated. When we look at the debates on social policy, I'll come back to the debate on England's poor laws, we see that exaggeration from some of the most prominent thinkers of the time. And I think we see it today too. Difference probably is that was the majority of thought back then, and it's, I think, a minority of thought right now. But also, when people debated social policy 200 years ago in a place like Sweden, they really did not have evidence on these things. They didn't know about labour supply responses. And I'll give you a quote from David Ricardo, which is striking here. But we now know a lot about this, particularly in the US, the country I live in. The bulk of the evidence in the US is now pretty convincing that labour supply responses in particular, through work effort to protection policies, they exist, but they're modest. You will still increase people's real incomes, you'll raise their welfare through social policy transfers and so on, even allowing for the labour supply responses. They're there, but they're not huge. More evidence, and this is a direction for research, more evidence is needed for developing countries on precisely these labour supply responses. Because in developing countries we have a big difference, the informal sector. The informal sector means that the choice margin becomes very much affected by the opportunities to work in the informal sector. When the informal sector is relatively non-existent, a very small part of the economy, it's not an option for most people when you have a large informal sector, and that's going to change things a little bit, and we need more research on that, consistent with the kind of work that's been done in the US. But I think you can also see situations, and a large body of research is consistent with this, which suggests that the trade-off may not exist for countries at very low, when they're very exposed to risk, very vulnerable. Here, the way I've drawn that, when we've got people who have very little protection, that's what I mean by vulnerable, they're very exposed to downside risk, for them, more protection is actually perfectly consistent with more promotion. It relieves constraints on their choice, constraints that are coming from market and non-market institutions. In the short run, in an unemployed economy, it can also mean a gain in aggregate effective demand. This was the point made in chapter 22, the general theory by John Maynard Keynes, that in an unemployed economy, the whole calculus of incentive effects for associated redistribution, the whole calculus flips. Now we're going to have poor people with higher marginal propensities to consume. They're going to consume more out of redistribution than rich people, and that's going to increase, when there's a demand constraint, that's going to increase aggregate effective demand in the economy and increase output. But even in a fully employed economy, we're now realizing there's a host of ways in which this trade-off ceases to exist and may even become a win-win situation. You can have more protection with more promotion. I've mentioned some of them. Credit market failures in combination with diminishing returns to capital can generate that. Political economy in polarized societies, we tend to get dysfunctional states. Not that I'm thinking of the country I live in at all. Multiple equilibria, poverty traps, I already mentioned. Protection from large negative shocks may be crucial for sustained promotion. When that threshold exists, you may be well above it now, but if it exists, you are vulnerable. In some sense, everybody's vulnerable to large negative contractions. There are also neglected constraints. I've said incentives, you have to take incentives seriously, but we also have to be careful about them. We need evidence, and we need to base our assessments on the evidence, not on ideology. But there's a whole lot of other constraints that maybe are far more important in practice, particularly in developing countries. And information is a huge one. The poor in developing countries are not easily identified. Our information here is quite weak. Proxy means tests, which have become a technology for social policy across the developing world now, proxy means tests, in my experience, pretty poor proxies. They really don't identify poor people terribly well, both areas of inclusion and areas of exclusion. Better social protection policy in poor countries is going to require better data and better mechanisms for revealing the data. Mechanism design is going to have to take data revelation much more seriously. Administration, weak states get poor service provision, poor governance. All of this is people worry about corruption in developing countries a lot, but the other side of the coin to corruption is weak states. You tend not to get corruption when you've got an administrative capability in a country. Political economy. I've always loved this expression from Larry Summers in the early 1990s. I don't agree with everything Larry says, but I love this one. Programs for the poor are poor programs, in a nutshell. In other words, that if you focus and target interventions too much on poor people, you'll lose middle-class support, and won't have a sustainable agenda for poverty reduction. Political economy, and I'm going to come back to the constraints on political economy a number of times. Another set of constraints, which aren't well understood, are about flexibility. It does appear to be really difficult to achieve state contingent transfers in poor countries. The success stories are all about targeting interventions to poor people, but not in a very flexible way. In other words, the transfers don't adjust to changing circumstances. It gets hard for somebody gets a shock. It becomes hard to get onto the program. Somebody has a windfall gain, they'll still be on the program. There's a stickiness that we see repeatedly. That can come from a number of reasons. Fiscal stresses to governments. It can be very hard to accommodate large covariant risks in social policy. Participant capture, it seems to be a recurrent problem, and it generates a stickiness. And I'll come back to participant capture. Moral hazard at local level. This is something that really is not at all well appreciated, but I think I'm really raising it, well, the first, I think, if not the first to raise it. Moral hazard problems. Local governments can expect the centre to help in a crisis, and I'm going to illustrate this in the case studies. This is really important because if you're decentralising social policy, as we tend to do in developing countries, and we don't really have much option to that often, when you decentralise social policy to local governments that think that the centre is going to help in a crisis, you're going to have a moral hazard problem. The local implementing agents may well undervalue protection relative to the centre, and that's going to be an issue later. Administrative capacity for better social safety nets is going to require the kind of infrastructure that we don't have in most countries, but we're starting to get. I mean, India is a famous example. We've got now, I think, 900 million people with a biometric identifier in India. This is amazing. When we get to full population coverage in India of this biometric identifier, the social policy options are going to change dramatically, and that's a very positive thing. There are costs along the way, and there are concerns about the privacy implications, but on the whole, I think this is good news. There are many challenges here in making a pro-poor social net politically sustainable, and I've mentioned some cases already, but we have to worry about this. State and contingent social safety nets that ensure have a broader base of support than the current set of beneficiaries. Protection, comprehensive protection, the kind of you've got in the kind of Nordic welfare model. Comprehensive protection is an important lesson for poor countries too, because comprehensive protection means that people who aren't today, or maybe in a normal circumstance, aren't going to turn to these programs, but the comprehensiveness of the insurance will will let them support it. We saw this in Maharashtra in the early 70s and the famine that hit there, and that was a very successful intervention by the Maharashtra government, introducing the Maharashtra Employment Guarantee Scheme, which was scaled up nationally in 2005, and we're going to come back to that as a case study. But that program illustrates well. You got a large intervention of that sort, which was feasible politically because you had a much broader class of people in the society, a much broader segment of people in the society who saw the benefits of the existence of the scheme because they were exposed to risk and they realised it. They knew. They didn't know about talk about things like poverty traps, but they knew there was a downside vulnerability. A large enough shock could throw them into destitution, even though today, normally, they're not turning these programs. So achieving that broad base of political support is often about providing effective insurance for everybody. The universality of protection can be very important to the sustainability, including the scope for promotion. Community-based approaches have a lot of promise, but also they must recognise that they come with some difficulties too. Just like we have participant capture, a more familiar concept is elite capture in community-based interventions. And we've learnt that happens, but again, I don't think we should exaggerate it. We've also learnt that community satisfaction is actually also crucial for the sustainability of social policies. Communities in poor places have to feel that this is a right and fair policy, and that's crucial to their support, and you will need their support. Public information campaigns, another set of issues that I take very seriously, and I've writing on a lot now. A number of issues here, but most importantly, I think this last point, the credibility of any new social safety net, putting any new social safety net in place, it's credible if you introduce it before you get rid of the old policy. 9 out of 10 times, that's not what happens. People get rid of the old policy, introduce the new policy, and there's a credibility problem. People don't trust the government. Big surprise. And because of that, you'll get resistance. You get riots in the street when you take away the broad-based subsidies on normal goods that we see in most developing countries, because they don't trust the government to supply an alternative. They may fully accept and be happy with that alternative, but it's not there yet. So very important, start the new policy, have it in place before the old one is eliminated. Deal with the cost of that. Okay, improving the trade-off. Social policies that try to protect and promote. And this is really the new direction that a lot of thinking is taking. Here, the message is striking. Incentives, which have been so emphasized by critics of social policy, that social policies make poor people lazy and dependent, and they don't want to save. They maybe, if you're Malthus, they're arguing that they'll have too many children. All of these adverse incentive effects. There's also positive incentive effects, and we can use incentives to develop better policies. All kinds of ways in which what economists call the mechanism design can be really important. The incentives you build into the social policy can be really crucial to its success in both protection and promotion. All kinds of examples of that. Self-targeting is one of them. Subsidies on inferior goods. The more you can move subsidies from normal goods to inferior goods, the better. Normal goods meaning goods for which demand increases with income, and inferior goods meaning goods for which demand decreases with income. So you don't have to be an economist to realise that that's an important direction for social policy reform. If you have inferior goods, that's probably the problem in practice, finding inferior goods. Workfare is another example where you build mechanisms into the design, work requirements that do two things essentially. They discourage non-poor people from participating, and they encourage poor people to not participate when they don't need the program. So you build incentives into the design of the program to assure that it achieves better protection and promotion. Other efforts to improve the terms of that trade-off, this term social investment has become quite important in the literature. And all of these are around the introduction of explicit conditionalities. We're going to talk about the most prominent example, but there are others. Conditional cash transfers. This is an idea that in various forms, I found a hint of the idea, quite an explicit hint. Hint's is not quite the right word. In Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations, 1780. He understood the idea of a conditional cash transfer. He talked about tuition subsidies targeted to poor families. But it didn't happen. It wasn't policy for a long, long period. Maybe in selected places, some universities might introduce it and so on. But it wasn't a comprehensive social policy for a long time. Some countries, my own country, Australia, introduced the equivalent of a conditional cash transfer in the 1940s, I believe, or 30s. But there are other examples. Very importantly, in the developing world, a couple of initiatives. Bangladesh's Food for Education program, at about the same time, Progresa in Mexico, now called Oportunidades, actually it's called something else now, it changes its name regularly, but same basic program. Bolsa Escola in Brazil. The research on these interventions, if anybody ever asks you for an example in which research on social policies influenced social policy, this is it big time. Those policies have been scaled up to 30 or 40 countries largely on the basis of the research. That research has pointed to very important benefits to poor households from these programs. The sustainability of the programs depended crucially on the research findings, and the research findings have generally been quite positive. But there are concerns. Since this is a critical discussion, I'm generally a supporter of CCTs. I'm not sure about the C, and that's one of the concerns, the conditions. There are concerns about inflexibility. We're not seeing the kind of state contingent insurance that we would think is ideal for any social protection policy. We're not seeing that in CCTs. We're seeing a degree of stickiness in terms of who is on the program and who's not. We're also concerned about the conditions. Do they really change behaviour in a positive way? And some evidence that in fact you can get very similar outcomes without the conditions. Because those conditions can be costly to poor people. You are telling poor people that you've got to keep your kid in school longer than you would have liked to. That means that you're telling them to change their intertemporal trade-off. If you take the kid out of school, you've got an income gain. Yeah? So you're telling them, you're going to take an income loss now, and we're incentivizing you to take that income loss, i.e. keep your kid in school longer. Now part of the problem with that is it's paternalistic. How do we know the poor families are making the wrong choices here? I think, like many economists, I'm very irritated by paternalism whenever I see it. You've got to make the case, and I don't think advocates of CCTs often have made that case. And this last point, is the problem really on the demand side? Maybe you're incentivizing kids to stay in school when there's no teacher there's no textbooks, they don't learn anything. All the problems of education and maybe also healthcare are on the supply side. Whereas the policy assumes that that's all working fine, the reality is very different. Another area for improvement, making workfare more productive. The workfare programs we see across the developing world, asset creation, it rarely gets the kind of emphasis I think it should get, including in India, which loves these programs. And there's important scope for change there. But also trade-offs. If we try to make workfare more productive, meaning that you get in a workfare program, you're required to work for the transfer payments that are made. The mechanism design, the incentives built into that are intended explicitly to assure that non-poor people will not take up that work, and also that poor people will leave the program when it's not needed. Both sides of the incentive argument are present. But asset creation may be hugely important. Asset creation for poor people may be undervalued. A way of making workfare more appropriate for promotion is to obviously assure better asset creation. That emphasis has been lacking. Targeting. Before we get to the case studies, I just want to say a bit about this. The motivation for targeting comes out of the limitations, perceived limitations of untargeted interventions. And we see that in many ways. The classic untargeted intervention is a basic income guarantee. And part of the problem why we haven't seen basic incomes, the basic income is where you give a transfer payment to everybody of a fixed amount, whether poor or not. All right? So I love telling my Georgetown students about the referendum that's coming in Switzerland this year. Have you heard about this? They're going to vote for a CCT, it's not a CCT, an unconditional transfer payment, a basic income guarantee, no conditions, of $2,500 US dollar equivalent per person per month. You get that for doing nothing. All right? My students at Georgetown love this idea. $2,500 a month. And actually, you get it from year naught. It just builds up in an account. The idea is that by the time you're 18, you'll get this big lump sum transfer. And now all of social policies are folded under this. It's not like a new thing that's added on top of the bill of the old policies. It replaces everything. Unemployment insurance, all of that goes. Some people call it citizenship income. That it's a right of citizenship in the country. It's actually quite an attractive idea, and I think it has a lot to say, a lot to go for it. But one of the arguments people make for basic income guarantees is dangerously wrong. That is that it doesn't involve any incentive effects. Well, it's obviously wrong on the income effects because there's an income effect, and that's got to, you can think of that as an incentive effect. It's right in terms of substitution. Obviously, if you get the same transfer payment, whatever you do, there's nothing you can do to change your transfer payment, so it doesn't provide any incentive to do anything, good or bad. Right? So it's neutral from that point of view, but don't forget the income effect. But finally, you've got to finance the thing. And there, all the incentive effects, everything else comes into the picture. It doesn't go away. You go back to exactly the same set of problems that we've always had. So it's a little bit deceptive, I think, the arguments that advocates of BIGs, basic income guarantees, make. But it should be on the agenda and something to think about as a counterfactual for some existing policies, for example. In fact, if you think about a basic income guarantee financed by progressive income tax, that is formally identical to Milton Friedman's negative income tax. Part of the reason why BIGs are so current in social policy thinking across the world now is that the left and the right agree very easily on them. Milton Friedman's negative income tax is a favourite social policy of the right across, certainly in America, but it has always has been for a long time. But it also gets a lot of support from the left. Although people on the left generally hate it when I point out that it's formally identical to Milton Friedman's negative income tax. Other concerns, responsiveness to shocks. It's not going to be very good at protection. The financially affordable basic income may come at a cost to other things in terms of promotion out of poverty. Other examples of untargeted programs across the developing world, we've still got untargeted subsidies attached to normal goods. Obviously, meaning that the subsidy goes to the non-poor. The bulk of it goes, if it's a normal good, you consume more of it as your income rises, so you get more of the subsidy as your income rises, and they're still common, right? And in no way I can see any justification for this. I think the more we replace those types of policies with smarter policies, either targeted to inferior goods or even basic income guarantees, the better. But the limitations of this whole set of policies, the untargeted policies, leads to the arguments for better targeting. And the idea is very simple. If you think about this picture, we've got incomes of the Peath percentile. So here on the horizontal axis, percentiles of the population, and the vertical axis, the income of each percentile. So if it's the 50th percentile, then the point on the vertical axis is the median. All you're doing with a perfect targeting, the other extreme to universal programs, all you're doing is filling these poverty gaps exactly. Here's the poverty line. You fill the gap, all of those gaps, and you calculate the aggregate poverty gap, and that's your policy. And that's called perfect targeting. Any country that does that policy, the writers described, is asking for serious trouble. Why? Well, as I said, we can exaggerate incentive effects, but don't ignore them. What would such a policy imply for the incentives of poor people to get out of poverty? If that's literally what you're doing, then you're imposing a 100% marginal tax rate on poor people. What's the marginal tax rate on the rich in Sweden? Now, anybody? 55, 60, so way lower than 100. Why do I say that? Because if that is the policy, if that's perfect targeting, if that's supposed to be the ideal that everybody's aiming for, then if your income rises by 100 rupees, your transfer payment will fall by 100 rupees if you're poor. Yeah? You're facing a 100% marginal tax rate. So why would you work if you don't like work? Most poor people I've talked to don't like work. They would stop. So immediately the cost of this program will rise to this area. There's no point working. And it will actually get larger because you'll attract some people who are above the poverty line. You'll attract them they'll see a trade-off. Oh, if I stop working, my income will fall to this amount. My income will be a little bit less than it was before. But I don't have to work. And of course, if you don't like work, if you value both consumption and leisure, then you're going to stop. Now, that's just the classic argument. It's an extreme version of the classic argument that social policy critics have always made against social policies. And I said, don't exaggerate that argument. But also, although the evidence suggests incentive effects aren't large, when we get to 100% marginal tax rates, we're talking about, it's unbelievable to me that incentive effects won't bite seriously. So this is a bad idea as a policy. Budget constraints, on the other hand, create another problem. We see a bias across all social policies that I've seen toward inclusion errors. In other words, they're trying to minimize errors of inclusion. If you're making an error in social policy in targeting, it essentially means that you're incorrectly classifying a person as poor. Error meaning that somebody's getting the program who shouldn't, so that means that somebody who's not poor is getting the program. Now, budgets determined by inclusion errors. By minimizing inclusion errors, you'll reduce the cost of the program. And I'm going to give you an illustration from England's old poor laws. Exclusion errors, on the other hand, are no less important, arguably more important, to the effectiveness of social policies in practice. Exclusion errors are situations where you're incompletely covering poor people. You're leaving out, crucially leaving out large numbers of poor people from your policy. We're seeing repeatedly a bias towards minimizing inclusion errors and ignoring exclusion errors. And I'm not the first to point this out, but it's alarming. Okay, that's the review, all the issues. And I pointed to what I think are some of the key things to think about, partly to think about in terms of research going forward. But it's all very dry. I wanted to give you some examples from real life programs. Now, we could talk about dozens and dozens of programs, but I'm going to take three. England's old poor laws. Well, the Elizabethan poor laws were a really very intelligent policy. Elizabeth I in England came up with this idea, or her advisors came up with this idea, that they would instruct the parishes to deal with their poverty problem. They created a law that said that each parish had to deal with its poverty problem, had to raise the money, but it was mandatory. You know, they had to provide transfer payments conditional on certain events: unemployment, sickness, death of the breadwinner, a host of specific disabilities, illness, whatever. A host of specific disabilities, each one they had to deal with. But they had to deal with it. See why it's a smart policy for the central government. It doesn't come with a big bill for the central government, but that comes with a few problems along the way. One of them is horizontal inequity. If you're a rich parish, poor people in a rich parish are going to do much better in this program than in poor people in a poor parish, for obvious reasons. But no obvious attempt at promotion. This was really a protection policy, and every time when I looked through the legislation, I looked through what was happening, very little emphasis on promotion. Essentially what they're trying to do is deal with provide state contingent transfers to deal with serious events which were downside risks facing poor people. Now, this policy has been going on for 300 years. Some economic historians, people like Solar and others, have I think, convincingly argued that England's old poor laws were an important part of social stability in England. You know, toward the late 18th century, the aristocracy in England was very afraid that the French Revolution would spill across the English Channel. And I think one reason was the old poor laws. But the old poor laws were financed. Who's financing the policy? Well, and the parishes have got what's their revenue? It's going to be property taxes. So the landholding classes were financing all of this, and they were getting more and more worried about it. Resistance emerged. And economists started to help them with this. And here this included David Ricardo. David Ricardo, undoubtedly the greatest economist of his time, but also possibly the greatest exaggerator of his time. This is David Ricardo on the poor laws. It is quite in the natural order of things that the fund for the maintenance of the poor should progressively increase until it has absorbed all the net revenue of the country. I don't know if you're an economist or not, but it's really hard to write down a model, a set of a behavioural model would give that kind of property. It's really very hard. An amazing exaggeration. But of course, he didn't have any data, and nobody knew about labour supply responses or responses in savings decisions and so on. The economics was not there to inform these things, so you could say anything you liked. The reforms were dramatic. There were these things, workhouses, which already existed. They started in the 16th century. I think they started in Amsterdam. The essential idea was that if you're poor, if you want relief, you had to agree to confine yourself to a workhouse. You would work there. You're basically incarcerated. You'd get support. You'd get your meals and so on. You'd typically be separated from your family, and you're confined in this place. Right? So they're trying to control your behaviour, make sure you do all the right things, you don't do any of the wrong things with the money and resources, and they feed you, and that was it. The idea was explicitly self-targeting. If you look at the arguments made, they thought this would be magic. They would reduce the cost of the cost of the old poor laws had risen by 1830 to 2.5% of England's GDP. By about 1830, I guess the aristocracy was no longer worried that the French Revolution would spill across the Channel. Napoleon had been defeated and everything looked okay. So then they made their assaults on the old poor laws. introduced the workhouses, a huge contraction in the cost of the program. Went from 2.5% of GDP to 1% of GDP within 10 years. That's Peter Linder's calculation. Huge success, but what have we done here? How did we get it from 2.5% to 1%? By discouraging poor people from going to the workhouses. I don't believe that was achieved by excluding ineligible non-poor people. I think poor people just saw that they didn't want to be exposed to this. It was too high a price. They respected their freedom. They wanted to be with their families. And people realized this. There was a social movement erupted at the same time in debate. Charles Dickens, I'm sure you've heard of Charles Dickens. If you haven't read Oliver Twist, just read the first 3 chapters. It's a social novel, a great description of the workhouses and what life is like in the workhouses. And this is my favourite picture of Oliver Twist from an old movie where he's asking for more gruel. Can I have more, please? But others too. Benjamin Disraeli, the head of the Tory party, was a staunch critic. Florence Nightingale has criticised the health conditions in the workhouse. The debate that erupted over this policy, it really erupted immediately. So what does it illustrate? What I've just described is almost textbook. The kind of policy debate. The workhouses are an extreme thing, but the essence of the policy debate is exactly what experts from rich countries are telling governments in poor countries: finer targeting, make sure that the non-poor are not getting benefits from the program. That targeting, finer targeting by reducing areas of inclusion, that's a common across the board. And we're missing something. We're missing really important things. We're missing certain costs on participants. Actually, I think if you're a genuine utilitarian, you'd think it was very ambiguous what you're doing through workhouses. And I think the same point is also true of a lot of social policies in current developing countries. We have to think more comprehensively about the costs we are imposing on poor people of these policies. And that's the important message here. The emphasis on areas of inclusion undermined the poor laws, the new poor laws, even as a protection policy. Second case study, the largest workfare program in human history, India's employment guarantee schemes. Here's an effort, the economics, the kind of equations of the policy are pretty much exactly the same as the workhouses. There's no workhouse, but a work requirement is imposed. You receive assistance from the state if you agree to work. And the particular form of that guarantee is that up to 100 days of work for each household per year, unskilled work in public works projects in rural areas. The work is provided on demand, pays a piece rate such that you would earn the statutory minimum wage rate in agriculture from this work, gives equal wages to men for men and women for the same work. That's the policy. It was a very successful policy politically. People argue, I think credibly, that Congress Party won the national election because of this policy. It had to form a coalition government with the left, but it was back into power, and nobody really expected it. And they came up with this policy as a smart way of winning that election, but of course a lot of commitment to the terms of that policy. And essentially what they're aiming to do, the motivation is compelling. They're aiming to provide insurance to poor people, meaning that when they need work, they can get it, they ask for it. They're trying to empower poor people to actually ask for something, which is really crucial to their rationale. But the problem is the reality. When we look at this scheme, it doesn't do, particularly in poor places in India, it doesn't do what it's saying it does. It doesn't guarantee employment. We see lots of rationing on the scheme, and we see a limited impact on poverty. When we factor in all the costs, again, similarly to the arguments about the new poor laws in England in the 1830s, when we factor in all of the costs of the program, including the foregone opportunities, people join this program, but they give up something. They gain, obviously, but they give up something. You've got to think about what that is too. Then we've got non-wage costs incurred in supervision and in setting up the local bureaucracies for doing this program. My own calculations in Bihar, one of the poorest places in India, poorest states of India, suggest that this program, when you factor in all the costs, the effect of this program is actually no different to a basic income guarantee. If I took the same gross budget and just gave it to everybody, whether they're poor or not, I would have actually slightly larger impact on current poverty. That just tells me two things. One, that those costs are significant, but two, that unless the scheme is actually producing productive assets, it is not a cost-effective intervention relative to the options. And that actually doesn't just include a basic income guarantee. I also modelled an option where I used the same gross budget and I gave it to everybody with a rationing card in my sample data. A rationing card is issued by the government. It's called a BPL card. BPL stands for below poverty line. So I do a simulation where I take the same gross budget of this program and I give an equal amount to everybody with a BPL card. That had more impact on poverty, on poverty than the current program. That's very disappointing news. Well, why? We've got to probe a bit further into that to understand what's going on. And in the process, we learn a little bit more about why there's so much poverty in places like Bihar. And a scheme like this doesn't change that fact. The performance issues are all about the capacity of local states to deliver on programs like this. What we see in practice, the poorer the state of India, the less effective it is at implementing this scheme. And you see this in this graph. On the vertical axis, we have here the share of households who are rationed in the scheme. That means that they asked for work, but they didn't get it. Remember, under this scheme, it's demand determined. If you want work, you go to the local village leader to say, I need work, I need it badly, please give it to me. He's got to organise a project, some digging a tube well or whatever it is. He's got to organise a project to employ you under the terms of the scheme, under these conditions. So you've got to actually act upon this. You've got to take an action. You maybe with a local official tells you, oh, too bad, I don't have any more money anymore, or you've got to come back next year. When we look to poor states of India, we see this repeatedly. They are rationed heavily. Lots of people who want work are not getting it under the scheme. And the poorer the state, on the horizontal axis here, I have the headcount index of poverty, the poverty rate, percentage of people living below the official poverty line. That's dramatic. This is a simple performance indicator. This is an employment guarantee scheme. The idea is it guarantees employment, it gives employment to people who want it. So that's a performance issue that is striking. This scheme works less well in poor places, yet it is an anti-poverty scheme. Why is that? Because places like Bihar do not have the capacity to implement this scheme. And that is manifest in rampant corruption on the scheme and a lot of dysfunctionality, and in the end, a lot of poor people who want work but can't get it. How are you going to change that? Two things, or they're also the causes of the problem. Poor information is one of them. People, I demonstrate this in a survey we did of 3,000 households in Bihar, a very, very carefully constructed survey. It's not just my observations from fieldwork, but this is an observation from fieldwork. This is a total qualitative observation. This is the public information about the program in a poor area of southern Bihar that I was working in for the fieldwork. It's not an easy area to work. I mean, I tried to go there 2 years earlier and I was told I'd be kidnapped or killed. It was just a matter of which. It's a violent place. It's not a very safe place. But this is the public information program. Actually, NREGA is the scheme here, and this guy here is holding a job card. And he's got this big smile, he's happy he's got a job card, all right? This is, now, one problem with that public information program is you have to be literate for a start. 50% of the population are illiterate, adult population. It's clearly not very effective. That poor information means that many poor people are unaware of their rights under the scheme. So we decided to try to change that. We made a movie. It's called B-Regs the Movie. We decided, on the basis of focal groups, we decided that we needed an intervention that would capture people, would really suck them in. So we wrote a script with a love interest. We have everything in this story, a fictional story. We're pulling all the strings we can to try to teach people their rights under the law, to replace this awful banner with something that would work. And this is a screenshot from the movie, but if you go to my website, you can see the whole movie. You'll have to understand Hindi, or the Biharian version of Hindi, but you can go watch this 25-minute movie. So this guy comes back from Patna. He's a rickshaw-wala in Patna. He's coming back to see, he lives in the village. He's coming back to see his family. He hasn't seen his little daughter for ages, and hasn't seen his wife, and you know the expression of the violin, and it's all going, there's no violin. We couldn't actually afford a song and dance act, but we did just about everything short of a song and dance act. And repeatedly through this, we're just telling people, these are your rights. You are under the law, you can do this, right? Now, we found the movie really worked in terms of raising awareness, but it didn't work in terms of changing the reality. People became much more aware of their rights. We did this. We took the movie to a randomly selected 40 villages in our survey, and we used 100 villages as the controls, and we looked at the effects of the movie on people's knowledge. We gave them a quiz on the terms of the scheme, and we showed significant impacts on their knowledge. So, great. But it didn't change the reality. They were still being rationed. We found a bit of an increase in the wage rate. They were a bit less exploited. The wage rate typically you'll get about a 10-20% cut off the top from a local official, a little price he pays for his help. You reduce that, so you get a little bit better, about an extra 5 rupees a day if you're already on the scheme, but not much else. Because of the second problem, the supply responses in poor places. This is coming down to essentially two problems. One is local costs of delivery. All kinds of costs here that are not always evident, but if you go and look and you'll see them. Local administrative possibilities. In poor areas, skilled labour is really scarce. Part of being a poor area is that skilled labour is scarce. And that actually means to administer a program like this, I found in Patna, in the Secretary of Rural Development, I found, there may have been others, but I could find only one person who was capable of doing the Excel spreadsheet to report on the program back to Delhi. Administrative capacity is weak. That comes with being a poor area. And that means that there are huge costs to implementing a scheme like this. That one person was very busy, as you can imagine. But there's another set of problems, that people try to reduce corruption on this program in a naive way. They try to do it by increasing the marginal cost of being corrupt. How do you do that? You increase the penalties. In this part of India, we often hear the expression millionaire mukhia. A millionaire mukhia is a local village leader who's a millionaire in rupees, but out of the scheme, right? Out of the money he's making from the scheme. Okay, but millionaire mukhias, if you're not careful, you could end up in jail. The government is a surveillance mechanism. There are fines, there's a probability of being caught. All of that is increasing the marginal cost of being corrupt. But you're facing a rising marginal cost of being corrupt. Why? It's a complicated scheme. The more you employ people, the more projects you open up, the higher the cost to you. You've got to bring more people into your network. You've got to share the bribes across a larger set of people. You may have to bring in the district engineer, the sarpanch, a bunch of people. And you get outside your comfort zone. As a local leader, you're comfortable with a certain number of people. You trust them. But as you expand the program, more and more people have got to be brought into it. The way we say that is you've got a rising marginal cost of corruption in the program. If you've got a rising marginal cost of corruption in the program, then everything the government's doing to reduce corruption is creating the rationing and the poor performance in poor areas. You see that very simply. Here's the marginal cost of corruption. What the government is doing is shifting up that cost. This is the level of employment on the scheme. This is cost or benefit. We think some say decreasing marginal benefit or constant marginal benefit. So what is the government doing? Tightening up in the scheme, increasing the penalties, is going to reduce the amount of employment provided by the scheme. It's going to contract the scheme. It's going to increase the amount of rationing. The scheme is going to, and that's why Bihar is way up on the top of that diagram before. Precisely because the government is fighting corruption on the scheme, because it's so worried about corruption in the scheme in Bihar and the millionaire makirs. The way you fight corruption on this scheme is make it impossible for poor people to be exploited this way. You've got to change fundamental things in the society, in these villages. And if you don't change those things, this is not going to work. So my conclusion on NREGA, at least in the parts of India where NREGA is needed the most, poor states of India, Bihar in particular, but elsewhere, my conclusion is that it's well under the frontier. Going back to my trade-off argument, promotion and protection, NREGA is sort of well underperforming from both points of view. With others, I've written a book, not this book, an earlier book last year, with very specific recommendations, a whole lot of very detailed things that have to be done to fix this program. And I argue if you don't do those things, dump it. Turn it all into a basic income guarantee, or just use the BPL cards and give out the cash. Last, China's DBAO program. Very quickly here, I just have to mention DBAO because although it's the largest cash transfer program in the world, we know very little about it. There's only me and about 5 people in the world who seem to be researching DBAO. Partly problems of access to data, problems of working in China. It's not the easiest place to work from some points of view, but it's a great program, a very interesting program. Why it's really interesting to an economist is it appears to be a very bad idea. What DBAO is doing is literally perfect targeting. That's what it claims. The legislation is trying to do this. Everybody gets, this is the DBAO line. Remember my drawing before? Now we have the DBAO poverty line, and it's a different line in each city. So they learnt from, I have no evidence that they'd read anything about the old debate in the 1830s in England, but they certainly seem to have learnt from the old poor laws in England that the parishes deal with their poverty problem themselves. Here it's let each city set its DBAO line, and they had to bring everybody up to that line. They had to fill all the poverty gaps. So if the DBAO line is such and such in your city, which is determined by your city, the city government had to give everybody with an income below that line exactly enough to fill the poverty gap. So when I first heard about this, it first appeared in the late 1990s, I thought, my goodness, they're going to create a poverty trap, a public-based poverty trap. Research continued, and the story unfolds, a bit like the story about the National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme in India. The reality is very different. First thing we find, areas of inclusion are modest. This is the best, to my knowledge, the best targeted in the narrow sense of reducing areas of inclusion, making sure that non-poor people don't get the benefits. This is the best targeted program in the developing world. There's a compilation by Cody, Grosh and Hodnott of various social programs, and they measure targeting performance in terms of reducing inclusion errors, so the share of benefits going to poor people across all these programs. And Bihar, the DBAO program is just way better than any of them. So excellent targeting performance. Really, administrative capability, it is China, administrative capability is excellent, but coverage is a huge problem. First observation. Now, okay, what do we do with that? I was asked to advise the Ministry of Civil Affairs in China, and what do we do? My advice is, well, if it's a poverty trap, don't expand the program. Coverage is a big problem. Obviously, we would think to expand the program, to expand coverage of poor people. It's not reaching enough of the target population. But if it's a poverty trap, the last thing you want to do is expand it. I mean, do something else, but don't expand the thing. You're just creating an even bigger poverty trap. with 100% marginal tax rates on poor people, higher than the tax rates on any rich people. But is it a poverty trap? When we turn to the evidence, it all looks very different. The benefit withdrawal rate on paper is 100%. The reality, much, much lower. This is quite a difficult thing to work out, and this is the source, this is where I document the evidence in a paper last year, but the benefit withdrawal rates on this scheme are not 100%, they're actually more like 5 to 20%. What is happening? Well, it's remarkable. Local, and we saw this in the field, local implementers of the scheme are recognising the incentive problem and they're smoothing the benefits at a daily basis. We saw this in qualitative work. If a poor household had got a job, they would not cut their DBAR benefits. They'd say, the local official would tell me this, oh no, we shouldn't do that. They didn't talk about incentives, they didn't talk about marginal tax rates, but essentially they recognised the incentive problem. And they said, well, let's smooth the benefits. We'll keep them in the program for another 3 months or so. This was local implementers who understood incentives and were essentially implementing a different program to the central government's program. Another way of thinking about this is we have participant capture in the program. Local officials, they've got a kind of client base, the people in the program, and they stay in the program. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it is participant capture. It lacks the flexibility. People getting onto the program when they need it, people leaving the program when they should. It's the other extreme. 100% marginal tax rate is too high. But the marginal tax rate on this program, the benefit withdrawal rate, same thing, marginal tax rate, benefit withdrawal rate, the same thing. But the benefit withdrawal rate is too low. The program is not providing, the program is biased towards promotion, away from protection. If anything, the centre is the opposite. Central government is biased towards protection, away from promotion. Now you can think of why that might be the case. Central governments are going to bear significant political costs of crises, and this is China, which suffered the worst famines in human history because of policy failures and the Great Leap Forward. They know the history too. Crises are bad news. Instability, keeping the Communist Party in power is crucial, obviously. So they have probably a bias towards protection. Local administrators have a bias towards promotion, probably realising that the centre will come in and help. Moral hazard is maybe part of the story. So if anything, when we go back to our characterisation of the promotion-protection trade-off, DBAR program, I'd argue we have the actual program, what's actually implemented by local officials, and we have the centre's legislation, what it's supposed to do, and this is and I'd argue the optimum is somewhere between the two. And I'm not just guessing at that. There's actually research by good economists. There was a very important paper by Ravallion and others on working out what the optimal tax rate should be on a program like this, and it's somewhere around 50 to 70%. It's certainly not 100%, but it's certainly higher than the current program. Conclusions then, 2 lessons from all of this. These are lessons for social policy reform, and the ones that I carry forward and from preparing this lecture. First, focus on protection and promotion, not finer targeting. Let's just put this in its place. Targeting can help, sure. Sometimes, maybe, but keep your eye on the ball. What's the objective here? It's not finer targeting. It's reducing poverty, and they are not the same thing. There are all kinds of costs in reality that come into the story, and there are information problems, asymmetric information, all kinds of measurement errors in our data, or when we say that something's well targeted, we're using data that's not designed for that purpose, and measurement errors are huge. A lot of problems there. As I've emphasised, a trade-off can be expected. You look for it. you design the program badly, you will have a trade-off. Could face a very severe trade-off, but it's often exaggerated by critics. Second lesson, strive to improve that trade-off. Strive to achieve more protection for given promotion. I think here that the social investment approach is encouraging, but again, it's not a magic bullet. We've got to think about that in a comprehensive way. Challenges here involve achieving greater flexibility. That is a recurrent problem. We're not seeing a lot of progress there. And also we're seeing a lot of programs which really are too complex for the setting we're talking about. Part of being a poor place is, as I've emphasized, administrative capabilities are weak. And you try to do a complex program, you'll have perverse effects. That rising marginal cost of corruption, the fact that fighting corruption is actually making the program work less well, and in a narrow sense of assuring that people get work when they need it. That's an important lesson. It's a lesson about tailoring social policies to administrative capabilities in the context. You've got to have another development agenda, which is to expand administrative capabilities, making governments more capable in poor places. But in the short run, at least don't try to imagine they can do all kinds of stuff that they can't do. And finally, monitoring and evaluating. And monitoring and evaluating is what gave me all of the research that I talked about. Well, that didn't include the old poor laws debate, but in terms of the research that's been done on social policies, it's been hugely important and influential going forward. You can read more about this in the book. I'm not advertising the book, but it's a nice book. I think so. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Martin, for this tour de horizon, this tour de force. We've decided that we would try to start the Q&A session with two brief introductions or comments. One from Annika Sundén, who's Chief Economist of CEDA, and the second from Tony Addison, who's Chief Economist and Deputy Director of WIDER. So, Annika, over to you.
Thank you very much, Finn, and thank you very much for the invitation to come here today, and thank you very much for an interesting and very rich lecture, Martin. I think it's clear from what we heard this afternoon that social protection is absolutely crucial for combating poverty and for redistribution, and in particular in the changing of poverty. Poverty today is much more about inequality, the distribution of resources rather than the absolute lack of resources. We also see a core of chronically poor people, also for whom very little has happened, also in countries with rapid economic growth. So it's central in our efforts of leaving no one behind, and as recognized by the SDGs. But I think it's also important to underscore how these programs, if they are well designed, are part of the social contract in a society, and in that way are integral to nation-building, democracy, and social cohesion. If we look at developing countries today, they're expanding their social protections programs rapidly. Sub-Saharan Africa is just one example. And many donors, like CEDA, are involved in these efforts. And Sweden supports programs in several countries in Sub-Saharan Africa. If this is going to be successful, if these programs are going to be successful long-term, however, country ownership is absolutely crucial. It's the country itself that has to design and implement their programs. And there I think Professor Ravallion makes a very important point, and that's the one about administrative capacity. We see that many of these programs are complicated, and we have to think about that when they are implemented. What type of programs can and should be implemented? And I think we, as donors, have reason to reflect here. If we then look at what kind of programs are implemented, in particular in Sub-Saharan Africa, it is the conditional cash transfers that we've just heard about. And they are modeled on the programs that were introduced widely in Latin America in the 1990s and the 2000s. These programs, and as research has shown, have been successful in reducing poverty, at least in the short run. But going back to the issue of country ownership, I think it's very important to be careful when you take a model that's been successful in a certain context and then transplant it in another context. You really have to think about the country where you are when you implement a social protection program. When you design these programs and think about the various components, I also think it's important to recognize that these are not just singular programs, but they really are systems. And that goes to the fact that they have to meet several objectives. It's about poverty alleviation, about protection. It's about protecting against risks that we all face during life: unemployment, sickness, disability, work injury, old age. And they have to help build capacity for increased productivity, health, and education. So the programs that we see expanding widely now, the cash transfer programs, I would argue is just one piece of the puzzle. They build on the idea that they are targeted and they should be temporary, albeit for a fairly long period of time, and it's only the poorest that should receive the benefits. And as Professor Ravallion clearly pointed out, there are a lot of problems with targeting. It's difficult, it's expensive, it's complicated, and it often misses the mark. I would add another argument to why we shouldn't focus so much on target, and it's what are the people, what are the characteristics of the people that these programs are aimed for. There are some groups that will never be able to support themselves through work: children, the elderly, the disabled. These are also the people who are at risk for poverty and are the target of the cash transfer program. So instead of thinking about designing the programs more or targeting them on income, I would say that given that these are the groups that are at risk for poverty, there's an argument for permanent social protection programs, such as social pensions and child allowances. We heard that today's rich countries appear to have done much better than today's poor countries to reach the poor when today's rich countries were poor. My hypothesis is that this is because universal programs were part of policies when we went from being poor to rich. Sweden is a clear example of that. In the beginning of the 20th century, Sweden was one of the poorest countries in Europe. The first social protection program that was introduced here was a social pension in 1913. That was then followed by child allowances 30 years later, and then successively the programs were expanded. Programs that are targeted at the poor are also easy to cut. Universal institutions that encompass a majority of the population tend to reduce levels of poverty and inequality much better because they don't have the exclusion problems and they have support by the middle class. But of course, if we look, and in particular if we look in sub-Saharan Africa today, we know that tax bases are small and fiscal constraints prohibit countries from introducing universal schemes. For example, looking at the young population in Africa today, it would be difficult to introduce universal child allowances. Social pensions could be easier. So targeting may be a way to start, but if you are going to target on income or wealth, you have to make the construction simple and transparent. Not just because of administrative capability, but also because of it's much easier to understand. Simple targeting is a way for beneficiaries to understand why they receive the benefits and how much they receive. And it also paves the way for having a transparent and functioning grievance procedure. So you can complain, why didn't I get the benefits when I'm eligible? The second point that I want to talk about is, of course, the conditions in the conditional cash transfer programs that they impose on households. If you are to receive the transfer, you need to send your kids to school, you need to go to health checkups. And as we heard in Latin America, this has had success in health and education outcomes, at least in the short run. But here I would argue that policymakers try to solve problems that may originate somewhere else by imposing conditions on the poor. If you ask people living in poverty what they want, what do you want for your children? The answer you will get is education. They want education for the children to be able to make a better lives for themselves. But in the countries and the countries where CEDA work, the obstacles are many. There are high fees to go to school. The schools are of poor quality. There are few schools and they are far away. So the question if these supply side problems will be fixed by imposing conditions on the poor, one argument is that if you do this, the poor could have a voice and it will put pressures on governments to expand health and education. But I think this is actually questionable given that people living in poverty almost always lack power and voice. So I think instead social services need to be part of the social protection system and ensure equal access. And that's much more efficient than imposing these conditions. My final point is about the long-term perspective and that social protection really is long-term and that it takes time to build. I said that Sweden started with social pensions in the beginning of the 20th century. It took 60 years until our social protection program was fully expanded to what it is today. I also think it's crucial to think about the design of the programs and financing together. They go hand in hand. Tax revenues are necessary for these systems to be sustainable long-term, and as countries expand social protection programs, they also need to expand their domestic resource mobilization. They need to think about how they're going to finance these programs. The link between social protection, the link between the design of the program and the financing is also crucial, because if you do that right, you can build a willingness to pay taxes and get something that's also sustainable. And of course, the link between the labor market and these programs are crucial to create incentives to work. Thank you.
Well, this was a tremendous tour de force by Martin. The first example that Martin gave us, the first empirical example from England, had personally tremendous resonance for me because I come from the coal mining area of the north of England, and my ancestors, the family history, the family legends, are all about actually moving in and out of poverty depending on the cycle in terms of coal production and avoiding the workhouse in Victorian England. And certainly there's a family legend of a young woman having to go into the workhouse in the early part of the 19th century and actually being separated from the rest of her family, because this is what the workhouses did to deter you and make sure that you didn't go into the workhouse unless you were in a very desperate condition. There's also actually a family legend about another member of the family who tried to solve his poverty problem by stealing a sheep. And stealing a sheep in early 19th century England was a hanging offence, and he was convicted and he was hung. If he'd stolen a pocket handkerchief or something smaller, he'd have been transported off to Australia, Martin's homeland. So in some ways, this sort of set of examples illustrates the kind of political dynamics around poverty, the seeking of control over poor people, but also, as Martin said, in the case of India, the expression of poor people's rights, their right to demand a better future for themselves and for their children. But as Martin showed, it's a very complex set of factors that you have to get together to produce an effective social protection program. In some ways, we live at the most exciting time ever in terms of poverty policy. As Martin said, we've never seen so many people move out of poverty. We still have deep poverty across the world, but we have lots of exciting new technologies, some of them coming from new technology itself, to replace the old mechanisms and old ways of doing things. So, for example, the the Make Work programs, the public works programs that India has had for many years. Martin mentioned now the move over to biometric identifiers, a precursor now to moving to more effective and cost-effective forms of financial transfer. One issue, of course, with public works programs is the quality of the infrastructure that's constructed, which is sometimes not of very good quality. A very good comparison might be, for example, with Ethiopia, which Martin didn't have time to mention, where there's a very large public works program reaching now, I think, nearly 10 million people, which has done a reasonable job in terms of creating infrastructure, potentially better than that of India. But, you know, we've now got better ways and means to think about these issues. But it's still a difficult mix because there are, of course, all kinds of macroeconomic dimensions. The very macroeconomic shock that might make social protection essential to keep people out of poverty could be the same macroeconomic shock that reduces fiscal space, that reduces public revenues available for that social protection. Clearly, as we move towards basic pensions, more universal systems of social protection, it has to be within a macroeconomic framework that preserves those over time and sustains them. So these are really very, very big issues. Now, Martin is very well known as an innovative quantitative economist, particularly in the use of household data and other data. And something that's very much come out for me in this lecture, but also in Martin's book, is the importance of data. And it might be nice during the discussion to have a little bit more sense about what kinds of data we do need in the world. Over 30 years, we've seen much more data created, particularly household-level data, better measures of poverty. But I think none of us feel as researchers that we really have the data that we sufficiently need sometimes to inform policy. I have one, and here, this is the point at which I end, I have one question for Martin. And the question is, many young researchers are thinking about careers in economics. And if they want to go into economics, obviously one of the great areas they could go into is development economics, and they could go into the economics of poverty. So my question to Martin is, if you were recommending to a young researcher now, what should they go out, what should they commit their future to doing, perhaps in the form of a PhD or some other piece of work, what would your recommendation be to that young person, that young man or woman going out from Stockholm to work in India or the Congo in terms of research impact, pieces of research that would really change policy for the better and for poor people? Thank you.
If I could invite Martin, Annika to join Tony, and maybe I could just mention that I am deeply interested in that data point. Some of you may know that at WIDER we hold sort of 2 conferences a year, and we had worked quite a lot on developing a concept paper for a data for development conference to be held in September this year. And just 2 weeks before we were going to announce it, the World Bank came up and said, we're going to do the ABCDE conference this year in June on data for development. So there seems to be at least a shared concern about this. Obviously, we were then changing, so we are now going to respond to crisis in September instead, but the data point is a very valid one. Martin, do you have any sort of immediate reaction to Annika and Tony?
Well, I think it might be efficient to collect questions. I mean, I'm hoping there's lots of questions.
Sure. I'm going to start over here on the left-hand side. If you could sort of indicate if you want to intervene, have a question, and then sort of move over. Please do introduce yourself if you have any questions. Okay. Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Gunnel Axelsson Nykander. I'm from Church of Sweden International Department working on development issues. I would echo very much of what Annika said about, especially about targeting in a more universal approach, and really saying as a Scandinavian and Swede, listening to your arguments about targeting and the downsides of that is quite, I mean, we all have it from from growing up and the political debate and all about marginal effects, etc. And we know all from our personal life the benefits of inclusion systems. However, we can see that it is the more, and you also reflect that it's the more targeted system that are now not only in Latin America but also in Africa and Asia often promoted. And we can see that at least up until now, I think it has been mostly DFID and the World Bank that has been promoting these kinds of programs, where many of the experts actually have the Anglo-Saxon welfare model in their DNA, to say. Whereas we can see that the experiences from the universal models, as we have in Scandinavia, hasn't been that influential in giving advice to developing countries. Of course, this is easy for us to say, yes, it's good for targeting. It's not as comfortable maybe to say the same thing in the United States, because it inevitably goes back to your own society and your own system. So my question would be, would you think it's possible for institutions like DFID and the World Bank to actually promote more universal models?
Okay, thanks. Okay, yeah, please. Mia.
Thank you. My name is Mia Hona-Brandtjen, and I'm the CEO of Center for Business and Policy Studies. You said in the beginning of your talk the need for adaptation of policy in relation to evidence that comes from research and the type of evaluations of programs that you have described to us. I would like to ask, the problem of adaptation of policies, what is the reason for, in your mind behind that? Is it the fact that people are unaware of the research and the evidence and a lack of expertise in actually then adapting policies? Or is it more maybe the type of questions of values and ideas about models that is behind that you don't believe in the evidence, so to speak, or kind of have a higher type of goal with your choice of a model?
Okay, I think here in the front with Torbjörn, and then over here afterwards.
First, Martin, thank you for your excellent presentation and overview. I think this is a perfect place for this. This is a school, and this was a fantastic lecture. So it's also an inspiration to all of the teachers and students here. I have two questions, two different issues. You mentioned political economy a couple of times in your talk, but I was wondering how you think of these different programs in different political circumstances. I could see big differences in terms of how much of populism you may fall for as a politician under certain political regimes and how that may be different in others. So under what sort of political circumstances would you promote certain policies or avoid them? And I'm thinking now in terms of also interest of SIDA and other donors, where should we push for these kind of programs? Under what political sort of umbrella should that be done? The other one that I didn't really think you touched so much on, and I think it's also interesting, and I think Annika was hinting at this, is the trade-off you mentioned here was sort of within the realm of having transfers. But really another trade-off is different items in the government's budget. And really, is this the most cost-efficient way over time to reduce poverty, or would sort of education or healthcare or something else be more relevant? And one of the issues here, I think it's extremely hard also when we now say we should evaluate things and see what works. Evaluating school reforms and poverty takes much longer than maybe evaluating some of these programs per se. So how do we actually figure out what is the most cost-effective way of reducing poverty at the end?
Thanks. Over here. And then I think we will pass over to Martin.
Also, my name is John Joyce. I'm the Chief Economist at the Stockholm International Water Institute. Thank you, Martin, for a very innovative lecture. I want to pick up on Tony's point about data and picking up on what Martin said during his lecture on data not designed for purpose, measurement, errors, etc. And as an economist, we always like to use the quantitative side of things, but I'm just wondering how he views qualitative data from an ethnographic perspective, and how much economists now need to start working more seriously on qualitative data in order to reduce specification bias and misspecification, etc. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. You want to take a turn, Martin, and try and respond to this?
Sure. These are all good comments, and I can't do justice to all of them. But Annika's comment, really, I like this way you talked about it, and I'm not sure, is that really how it happened? I mean, I know this a little bit about the Swedish history, but if it was the case that rich countries started with universal schemes and progressed to more targeted ones, it would be very nice for my argument. So I like it, but I'm not. Is that really? Has that got any external validity beyond Sweden? I'm not sure, but I'm going to look into that. Because it nicely emphasizes my point that currently all this emphasis on fine targeting in poor countries, is running against that historical process. And the historical process makes a lot of sense. Starting universal, and you develop capabilities, you get more finely targeted, and you don't overdo it because it's still got to be politically sustainable. That would be a very nice story. But so I'm going to look into that. I like the way you described it. It fits very well with how I think about it, I guess, but I have to look into it. Data. Who was the point of? I didn't write down who was talking about. Yeah. Oh, you're talking qualitative, but somebody else on data. I just can't. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, it was Tony. Well, two very different questions. I'll do them separately. So, Tony, and your two questions. We all know how important data is. I think there's two kinds of ways that data matter here. One is for doing the kinds of research and evaluation of what works and what doesn't. And another is in how data is used in policy. And I think I have to be careful about those differences. I see an enormously important role for high-quality surveys, often tailored to specific programs, building the capability for survey data collection in poor places. And I think that's happened in a big way. I mean, you often hear this characterization that socioeconomic data is poorer in poorer places, and probably that's true, but it is a bit exaggerated. I mean, you get some really good data in poor countries, but data for informing research and doing evaluation. When we start to take that data to social policy, then we get into a lot of trouble, because then we've got to extrapolate to much larger samples. Then I start to worry. I mean, this proxy means test that's so popular. I'm doing a study now for Africa where we're across every country that we have data in Africa. We're just systematically going through to figure out, under the ideal conditions, how well does a proxy means test really work. Now, in the audience, a proxy means test is exactly what it sounds like. You don't observe income. That's the data problem. So in the survey, do a good measurement of income. But when you go to scaling up to the policy, you've got to impute incomes under less than ideal circumstances for the purpose of implementing the policy. Right? And they're very different things. A proxy means test is an attempt to use a relatively small number of variables to predict somebody's income based on the correlates you found in the survey. But you take that model and you scale it up to the country as a whole, and you implement a policy. Even under excellent conditions on the survey, what you get in the end is really, is very, very poor indeed. The inclusion-exclusion errors, it's horrible. I mean, in many countries what we're finding, it's just a little bit better than tossing a coin. If you really want to reach, say, undernourished women and children as part of your anti-poverty policy, this is not going to work. And part of the dissatisfaction with social policy, finely targeted social policy in poor countries, from the community perspective, is they see it. They just see how badly it works, right? Which is part of the motivation for this study, to really do a careful job of seeing how well it works. And I tell you, when I look at it, it doesn't look good. And we're basing our social policy in poor places on this technology. So very important distinction, the data you use for the surveys and the evaluation versus how you scale up to the social policy based on the correlates you find in that data. You can have a great survey, but the correlates are still so weak. Their information base for fine targeted programs is very poor, and you're not going to reach the groups that you want to reach as effectively as you might like. It's very subjective, though. All right? Another little observation. Two people can look at the same thing. I see this repeatedly and come to different conclusions. Toward late in this study that we're doing in Africa, we haven't written anything yet, but we've been massive number crunching. Late in the study, I started looking at what people who defend proxy means testing, which once included me, by the way, I mean, until I started really looking at it seriously. I look at what the arguments they make, and they occasionally do something quite similar to what I'm doing, and they look at it and say, oh, look how good it is. And I look at it and say, look how bad it is. And it's the same thing. Is the glass half full or half empty? It's perception, but obviously people are defending this technology is taking over. You're seeing it all over the world now, in developing countries, this proxy means test technology. And I really worry if that's going to be able to deliver. Again, back to the point that you may be much better off with a universal program. And somebody raised the really important issue of funding these programs. I think it was Annika. Remember, what I was doing with that NREGA, I'm taking the budget of NREGA. They've already got a budget. I'm taking that and I'm allocating it uniformly. I'm not spending more money than they've already decided to spend. I don't think they're spending enough. That's another point, all right? And that goes back to the very important point that was raised by, I think, Professor Becker, your second comment, I think. Items on the budget, the trade-offs between things. You know, this is really neglected, and it's silos. If you look at this, they've got social protection silos, we've got human development silos, education. They've got worse and worse in the sense that they're not communicating with each other, and very few people in development now are asking those questions about the trade-offs. Should we be building bridges or should we be building schools? And we're not telling countries about that. They want to know the answer to your question as well, but we can't tell them. Because our research is in these silos, and this is a really big problem. I'm not seeing enough of that kind of broad cross-sectoral work, and that's one of the many recommendations I'd give, back to Tony's second question, many recommendations I'd give to PhD students, those bigger trade-offs between the line ministries, if you like. And it's part of the politics of it. When we deal with countries, we deal specifically with a ministry. And we're tied to that ministry. We used to have much more capability, I think, for the cross-ministerial debates and discussions than we have today. Sadly, I think the old planning commissions, the legacy of the sort of control economies that were common in developing countries. Well, you know, the control economy was pretty much a mistake. We know that. Market-driven economies are much better at producing growth and all of that. Fine. I think that's pretty well established. But the planning ministries all got axed, with very few exceptions. Some stayed, but they were doing different things. We threw the baby out with the bathwater. You know, the baby was the capability for making those broad cross-sectoral prioritizations in public finance. I think we've got diminished capability in that area. These silos have not helped. Other questions. How to get more universal programs. This is the person from Church of Sweden, the very first question. Yeah, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with this Anglo-Saxon versus Scandinavian model characterization, but okay, that's not a big issue. I can live with that. I'm on the Anglo-Saxon side, but I'm thinking, I don't think that and it certainly wasn't just Scandinavians or Nordics or whatever who were talking about this. This goes way, way back. Certainly lots of discussion of this in the 18th century. There was, anyway, there's a lot we could say there, but that's more history of thought stuff. On much more important question, how do we get World Bank and DFID? Well, I think DFID has pretty much been following the bank on this. How do we get them to talk about the scope for universality? Well, by me and you and having discussions like this. I've tried for 24 years to get the bank and the fund to think differently about targeting, and I will acknowledge it as one of my greatest failures. It's so embedded. Target the thing. Finally, this word targeted. Sure, spend money on poor people, but target it really well. In situations where you don't have the capability to do that credibly, it's really you just and in the end, it's poor people who are not getting the benefits and the help they should be getting, because in the end, you have to judge it by impacts on poverty, not by targeting. It's a mantra that has been very hard. People will, smart people will obviously recognize my arguments and agree, but it's become, and in fact, again, the silo of social protection, the industry of social protection, has not helped either. So I don't have an answer to that. I think we just got to keep, that's that thing I keep saying, that targeting is not the objective. Is poverty reduction. Now we can debate about what that means, but I think we've got a pretty clear idea, and we can talk about specifics. But keep your eye on the objective in terms of people's welfare and how you get there. And the more we can emphasize that, the better. What have I left out? Mia's comments on the. I think a lot of it is the politics of capture and bureaucratic inertia. I think it's the main reason we don't see more adaptation to evidence, that in programs become embedded and they have a lobby group in the government and they have a constituency and they're fighting to keep their program all the time, and we see that repeatedly, and that's not just a problem of developing countries. Everywhere we see that. And that kind of entrenched support and a bureaucratic inertia and protection of your favorite program is the main reason, I think. And we just have to call that out. And now, a lot of this, as a researcher, I always think what I'm doing and other researchers are doing is really doing just that, calling it out. Informing a public debate with evidence to try to move it on a bit. And that's really the main point of my lecture. On John's point about the qualitative data, I've never ever thought you could only study poverty and inform anti-poverty policy with qualitative data. I find it very limiting. But equally well, I've never thought, well, that's an exaggeration. I probably once thought you could do it with only quantitative data, but I've now come to the view you need both. But you don't need it in the way it's often used. I mean, I'm a big fan of doing qualitative work after quantitative work, not before or in parallel with. So I'd really like to see more economists doing this. This basically means do your quantitative work. Every study I've done, almost every one, I've had puzzles. What we do in economics and empirical research is very black box-like. We have these black boxes, we can't see inside them with our tools. The worst case, of course, the randomized control trial, it's a complete black box about how you got the outcomes that you got. But everything, it's not just a problem with RCTs. I mean, a lot of what we do in economics is not very revealing about the processes. Empirical economics is not very revealing about the processes that generate impacts. And I find actually talking to people, I think I'm much better at quantitative work than qualitative work, and I always try to get people who have the reverse comparative advantages to work with me. But I think you can learn a lot about processes of how things actually happen by talking to people, and using subjective data in intelligent ways as well. Recognize it's subjective, but you can still learn from it. I think have I left anybody out? I think I've covered most of the questions.
That was pretty all array. Other questions? Yeah, please, here in the center. And then here.
My name is Odi, and I'm a PhD student from South Africa. So China has been quite successful in reducing poverty, and I think if you look at the numbers, the global numbers, a big chunk of that is coming from China. Can we attribute all of that to growth, and if not, how much can we attribute to growth, and where do we attribute the rest?
Okay. Here in the front.
My name is Rutger Palmstad. I'm a former diplomat and a former banker, originally a sinologist. In my question, I want to introduce another kind of silo. That is the silos we see dominating the many countries in the emerging markets. And I'm thinking of traditional social structures like clans, castes, and so on. The Indian caste system you could call an inflationary rigidity in the Indian labor market. And my question is, since these social structures frequently seem to operate as poverty traps, how do you eliminate poverty in countries where the strength of the social structures exceed that of the state? Possibly looking at the fiscal revenue relative to GDP. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, here up at the back. Sorry.
Can I put a question?
No, sure,
yeah.
Absolutely. No, please go. And then we'll take the other one afterwards.
Thank you for a very interesting lecture. My name is Christina. I'm from the trade unions. I have two questions. The first question is, in the beginning of your lecture, you mentioned the fact that rich countries of today were better at targeting the poor when they were poor. And it would be interesting if you could elaborate on that and explain why was that. The second question is the factor of a weakening bargaining power of the trade unions and the lower level of unionization in the world right now, and how that would affect the possibilities of protection and promotion. And in some countries, like in Sweden, it is actually the two-part model that sets many of the protection and promotion policies. So how would you see that? Thank you.
Thanks. And then up here in the back.
Thank you, Professor Ravallion. My name is Damir. I'm an economist working at Stockholm Peace Research Institute. The question goes partly to your case studies when you mentioned in China case that knowledge through the movie you provided didn't really transfer to action. So the question is, what helps to move people from being knowledgeable, being informed, changed attitudes in moving to action, change in behavior?
Okay. Thank you. I think we will pass over to you, Martin, and then Tony and Annika, if you have any.
Okay, I'll try to go in order this time rather than chopping around. The South African PhD student. Okay, so there's two levels of answer to your question. First is a kind of almost a mathematical level. You can think of a change in poverty as determined by growth in part and changes in distribution. Okay. In a narrow sense, all of China's poverty reduction has been due to growth rather than changes in distribution, because distribution's got worse. Relative distribution, relative inequality in China has been on a trend increase over 30 40 years. Not sort of all the time increasing, not monotonic as we say, but some periods falling, other periods, but you know, the trend upward has been dramatic. In fact, if you just extrapolate the trend in China's inequality back over the last 30 years, you know, it's going to be the same inequality of Brazil within 10 years. But I don't think that'll happen. And I actually think it's topped out. I don't think there are limits, because there's changes in the Chinese economy, particularly coming from the absorption of rural labor. China started from a situation of massive, it's a classic Lewis model, where you had massive labor surpluses, wage rates were no upward pressure on wage rates for a long period. That upward pressure is now emerging. Wage rates are rising at the low end in China. Capital is actually starting to leave China, looking for lower wages elsewhere. And that's a very good process. That's great, good news, because real wages of poor people who were poor are rising, and that's great. Going forward, I think that'll there are other things that are involved too, but that's one of the big economic changes that's going to put a brake on rising inequality. But there are other forces that are working in the opposite direction, so we'll see what happens. That's the easy answer, right? Now they go deeper, right? And when you go deeper, it gets more complicated. I'd point to a number of things that were really crucial. So then you've got to ask, well, what determined the growth? What determined the inequality? What was going on? What's under the surface? There are a number of things. I actually think the sequencing of economic reform. China's one of the few developing countries that, in my view, got that sequence roughly right. It started with agriculture and rural development, moved on to basic industry. It moved up a kind of sensible ladder in its policies. This is a highly interventionist economy. You know, this is amongst developing economies with a lot of administrative capability. They can do a lot. They can also make big mistakes, as they often have, and some of the greatest mistakes in human history, like the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution. But the sequencing of reform from Deng Xiaoping's initial impetus for reform in 1978 focused initially on agriculture and rural development, and stayed with that till mid to late 80s, and then started to move on to industry. And that sequencing was roughly right. I actually think they moved on too quickly. I think they could have had an even more dramatic poverty reduction, and it is astonishing what happened. The absolute poverty reduction is the fastest and largest in terms of the sheer numbers that we've ever seen. It could have done better if it had stayed with there's a lot of the agriculture and rural agenda and the agrarian reform agenda was left undone by the time the industrialization push, the TVEs, the export-led manufacturing growth, by the time that started to take over in the trajectory for poverty reduction. Although the bulk of the work still was done by rural poverty reduction in China. Another aspect that they got right, I think, which is a very important lesson. The first is an important lesson for Sub-Saharan Africa, because very few countries in Sub-Saharan Africa have got that sequencing right. They've gone straight for industry, they've neglected agriculture, and that's been to their peril, and that has not helped the poor. So, second thing is evidence-based policy making. We don't think of it, and actually the politics was driving the first as well, but it's the second especially. The politics here was that you had a potential food crisis in China in the late 1970s that they really had to address. A food security problem was massive. But the second really important thing was in the sequence. It was in the way they learnt, the way they tailored their sequencing of reform and the specific reforms to evidence. Now, Deng Xiaoping again, he said, seeking truth from facts. That was a political reaction to the Cultural Revolution, to ideological-based policy making. And it was so important. They didn't have the tools to do good evidence-based policy making yet, but they had the culture of evidence-based policy making as a reaction to Mao essentially. And that was really important. So you saw all the time they were looking, experimenting. The program I talked about today, the DBAO program, that emerged out of an experiment in Shanghai. They try, and there are all these experiments going on all over China. There still are. And they're looking at them and learning, and oh, that seems to work, let's do that. When I look at the quality of their evidence, and you certainly don't see randomized control trials, but maybe now, but the quality is not always there, but the culture is there, and that's really important, and that's another lesson for sub-Saharan Africa. So there are deeper answers to your question. There are other things I could say, but I think that was a start. The question about Sala's social structures, this is really hard. And the caste system in India particularly has been just so hard to change. And I don't have an answer. I see it all the time. All the time we're worried about social exclusion. We're worried about social exclusion in everywhere from Bihar through to Brussels. And we're seeing it all the time. And this is partly why I emphasize the importance of thinking about relative poverty as well as absolute poverty. You've got to look at both. And that's really about the concept that sociologists have, and going back to people like Peter Townsend and Breton. Social exclusion is hugely important as a concept, in my view. There are debates about that. Some economists are not so fond of the idea, but I like it. And it gives me a way of understanding a lot of problems. And the lack of inclusion associated with the rigidities in India's labour market associated with the caste system is just horrible. It's horrible for the information transmission, for learning about public programs, not as well as for the labour market. I don't have any simple answers. India's been officially fighting the caste system since India has been a country. I mean, since independence, 1947, the struggle's been going on. But it's still there. It's alive and well. What do you do? I don't know. There's a nice topic to add to the really tough questions that Tony would like to give PhD students. And it needs a lot of focusing, though, before you can turn it into a researchable question. But certainly we have lots of research on the implications of caste and clan social structures, the costs of those, the economic costs of those, and the costs for effective policy making as well. But in terms of research on how to change it, I don't know. Christina's question, rich countries, I think the answer, rich countries doing better targeting when they were poor, I think the answer goes very much to the previous discussion about universality, but I put that out as a hypothesis that, where's Christina? Oh yeah, sorry. I put that out as more an hypothesis that rich countries were more successful in social policy early on because they better tailored what they did to the capabilities they had administratively and the constraints they faced politically. But that's my contention, but I can't prove it. But I think that was important. I think the decline of unionization is a big concern. I'm sort of I worry a lot about internal labour markets. I worry about dual labour markets. I worry about the problems of labour market rigidity. I don't think there's a hell of a lot we can always do about that, but I think I can see the potential for gains to poor people from making labour markets work more effectively. But I don't think unions need to be against that. So I think a lot of if the union movement was more sympathetic with the arguments that people like me make about labour market flexibility and the scope for poverty reduction, we could make more progress. But labour movement has been, by and large, a hugely important progressive force in the history of fighting against poverty, but not always. And we should recognise that too. And the point about labour market flexibility is one example. I think I can give you others too. But by and large, my answer is that yes, it's a big concern. And I think it will make it harder, probably, to achieve the kind of social consensus that we need, particularly around, I think we have a social consensus around poverty reduction. I don't think we have anywhere now a social consensus around inequality reduction. We just have continuing debate. And I think the labour movement in what's left of it in the United States could be hugely important here. But that achieving that social consensus will be about a lot more than that. It'll be about trying to unpack this concept of inequality, trying to make it's what Barack Obama asked a bunch of people he invited to the White House last year, and he asked them people working on U.S. inequality, and he asked them, how do I talk about inequality in America without being accused of class warfare, of instigating class warfare? And that's a hugely important question. How do we get that discussion about inequality to be much more focused on the costs of inequality, much more focused on what aspects of inequality are really damaging? A generalized discussion is just not going to get the social consensus. But I think the labour movement could be a very important part of that. Damien's question on I thought, well, just a little clarification. The movie was about India, not China, but that's not important. And the lesson was that there are two things are broken, right? People's knowledge about their rights. Poor people don't know what is due to them. And the public sector is not responsive to their needs. And that both things come together to mean they don't get what they're entitled to. And that's poor service delivery, which we see all the time. Service delivery to poor people is generally poor, right? And it's the combination of their lack of knowledge and the lack of a responsive supply side. But the two are kind of working together. The lack of knowledge is often part of the reason why the supply side is unresponsive. Local leaders don't share information because it reduces their power. They have all kinds of rents that they get out of that process. So it's all it's like a knot, and you've got to cut it somewhere to unravel it. And what this study, the movie did, is tell me, this is the point, the whole point of it was to see whether just changing knowledge would make better service delivery. Is it just about telling people their rights under the law and so they know? And the answer is no, it isn't. That the supply side also needs to change. So the knot is not unraveled that way. You're going to have both. They're going to have to know what is due to them, and the supply side has got to be more effective in delivering it. Okay.
Annika, Tony, any?
Just one last question, Martin. In all the work that you've done and all the countries that you've visited, what has most surprised you, for good or bad?
What has most surprised me?
Annika? Any other additional last question?
No, I was just thinking about the point about looking at it as systems, and if you can elaborate.
Yeah.
Because I think another reason why Sweden has been successful transforming from poor to rich was that during that period we saw it as a system, and having protection programs that also supported labor force participation and enabling both women and men at work by introducing subsidized childcare and so on. I mean, it took some time, but I mean, really thinking about it as getting people onto the labor market. So, any thoughts on that?
Martin?
Well, again, an interesting thought, but I don't have any comment. And more than what I've said. What surprised me the most? Oh goodness, let me think. Going back.
Something you never would have expected, that theoretical economics would not have predicted that.
Oh goodness.
Well, are there no surprises in the world?
Yeah, there's lots and lots, but I'm looking for the number one surprise. You asked me not did anything surprise you? You asked a much harder question. What was the most surprising thing? The time, because I've spent a lot of time comparing China and India. And my I started in India, obviously, and I've been working in India for 35 years. But I came to China in the early 1990s, and in India there's a lot of focus on China. You know, people are really very interested in China, and you get a discussion all the time. So, and I was going to China as more sort of somebody, you know. I don't think I could ever be an honorary Indian citizen, but I'd love to think of myself like that a bit, and as somebody coming from an Indian perspective. And China was a big surprise. I was surprised at the administrative capability. I was surprised at but more subtly, I was surprised at the capability to get things wrong too. And I would ask myself, if I was reborn in kind of Hindu style, as reborn as a poor person in a village in India or a poor person as a village in China, which would it be? And after about the first few trips in China and working in the field in southwest China and Shaanxi and the Lowest Plateau region, I was pretty convinced that the answer is China. And why? This is the most, I guess, the number one surprise, because I'd be freer. Here we've got a country that's not a democracy. India is a democracy, the largest democracy in the world. And yet I'm saying that if I was poor, reborn poor in an Indian village versus a Chinese village, I'd rather be in the Chinese village because I'd be freer. Because I saw poor people in Chinese villages who did stand up for their rights. And when they were trampled on, they would fight. They had you couldn't do to them what I saw being done to poor people in Indian villages. So that, I guess, number one surprise, that when you think about freedom and democracy, there's many levels of it. Yeah? China is not a democracy at the highest level of that term, but there are more subtle and finer grained interpretations of what that means. Okay?
I said in my opening remarks that Martin is a global leader in the field of poverty analysis. I certainly think we got that demonstrated today, both in breadth and in terms of depth. I'd like to say thank you very much, Martin, for a magnificent WIDER annual lecture. I'd like also to say thank you very much to CITE for collaboration and to CEDA for support. And I'd like to thank for the engagement in the lecture. You're all invited to a reception outside where the discussion can continue and you can engage on the questions that you did not ask. But I would like to ask you to join me in a big applause for Martin. Thank you very much, Martin.